Test, test. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassers. Forgive our trespassers as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you, God, for all the blessings, miracles, and gifts of this day. Thank you, God, for my life. Thank you, God. Thank you, God, for a big miracle. Thank you, God, for a huge, unexpected miracle. Thank you. Oh, all right. So, I noticed myself getting impatient. Impatient. That's what I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling impatient. I'm feeling impatient because I ordered this Mac Studio. I was able to acquire the funding for it. I ordered the Mac Studio. It comes without a keyboard or a mouse. It comes with the power cable. Right? It's just the power cable and the Mac Studio. Okay, fine. So I ordered it from a refurbished website because I'm not gonna pay brand new. I'm not gonna pay a retail price for a brand new thing, right? So here's what I learned. Is I ordered the Mac Studio. It comes in. The power cable is for a UK power outlet. What the fuck am I gonna do with a UK power outlet when I'm out here in Austria? What am I gonna do with that? So I had to order. I used an hour of my life that I'll never get back to order a goddamn cable, a power cable for the Mac Studio that fits into a EU Austria outlet. Okay, so I did that. And the day that it arrived, which was on like a Monday, I ordered the thing. Okay, fine. I plug it in. And then I connect my mouse and my keyboard. I connect my mouse. I connect my mouse and my damn keyboard. And what happens then? What happens is that it doesn't connect. So I need the Mac keyboard and the Mac mouse to use it on startup as I start up the fucking thing. So I ordered from a Willhaben, which is a used marketplace, like a secondhand marketplace, because I'm not gonna pay retail for a fucking Magic Mouse and a Magic Keyboard. So I find this one deal for like 60 euros, and it's got the mouse and it's got the keyboard. And normally retail, the mouse would be like $100 or 100 euros, 120 euros or something like this. And the keyboard would be another 100 euros. It's 200 euros, basically. So I saved myself over 50%. And it's not like I had to do anything else significant. And on top of which, if I were to order it online, if I were to order from the Apple Store, guess what? It would still take time to come in. Because it's not like I live near an Apple Store and I can just go in and walk in. I've got to research, I've got to order it online, and then I've got to wait for it to come in the mail. And then I've got to likely go into town at the post office to pick it up. Why? Because quite often the post does not deliver to this specific address. I don't know why. They usually go to the other place, the other houses, but not over here because it's so out the way. Okay, fine. That I'm not complaining about if I think about it in the grand scheme of things, because that's actually what I would want. I would want my place to be so isolated that people don't come to me. I like that. I prefer that. I prefer to invite people, right? So if I don't invite you, you don't come, right? So at this stage now, I'm waiting. And I'm getting impatient because I'm checking the status of the package and I don't see it. Right? I don't see it. And if I even check, where is it in the profile here? does this thing even go to? Did and that's the thing. Like, I don't see like the details of where this thing goes to. What a pain. Why would you not have the address? Doesn't matter anymore. But that's how I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling pretty impatient. Like, I want to go significantly faster. I want to go so much faster. I want to go so much faster. And I'm feeling impatient because I feel like my limitation is certain things that I cannot control. I can't control it. Can I control that, Mac? That's Apple. That's Apple for you. You gotta get all Apple. That's Apple for you. I should have thought about that, right? I should have thought about that. And I'm feeling impatient. Last night I had a dream. I had a dream about this girl in junior high school who when I look back at it, I think she liked me. And obviously that's pretty obvious, I think. Because what happened was, in junior high school, she wanted me to pretend I was her boyfriend and kiss her. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Not unless you liked me. She could have just said that. I wasn't, I felt I was very awkward at that time, and I wouldn't say cringe, but I was going through a lot of shit. The whole homelessness thing, I fucking hated it. And, I had these beliefs about myself, like, oh, you're homeless. What girl's gonna love you? Who's gonna love you? And yeah, that really fucked with me for a while. But now, I remember having this dream, and I saw her, and I just thought about that. I woke up at 2:30 this morning. From that dream, and I remember seeing a friend as well in the dream. I don't talk to him anymore. I think he was too cool for us at some point, and so we stopped hanging out. But either way, he was in the dream, and he said, oh, she likes you, and et cetera, et cetera. And I was in a classroom again. Once again. I keep having these dreams where I'm in classrooms. And I think what the dreams are telling me is that I'm learning, or I have a lot to learn, or something like this. Last night before I went to sleep, yesterday and the day before, I have on my app, sometime last year, I created, with ChatGPT, an image of the goddess Lakshmi, who is supposed to be the bringer of wealth and abundance. And I remember a couple of nights before, I asked God, please God, give me a sign that I'm gonna fucking make it here. Cause what the fuck, I need a very clear sign, God, that I'm gonna make it. I need a real clear sign I'm gonna make it. And this was about 2 or 3 nights ago. And then, I think yesterday, or the day before yesterday, so literally probably like the day after, I look on my Apple Watch as I go to use the toilet in the morning, as I usually do before I start live streaming. And I saw that very same picture of the goddess Lakshmi on my watch when I scroll to look at like my vitals overnight, because that's what I do. I just go to check my vitals. And then I saw in the featured photos on the Apple Watch, the goddess Lakshmi. None other than the goddess Lakshmi, the bringer of wealth and abundance. And I realized that yesterday. And as I was laying in bed last night, I remember, wait a second, didn't I ask God for something a couple days ago? And I thought about that, and that's what came to me. So I choose to take that as a sign, because I haven't seen that picture show up on my watch. And that was a featured photo. How does a featured photo like that get up on my watch? I don't know. But that's what it was. That's where it was. So I just have to be patient. I just have to be really fucking brutally patient. And then yesterday or the day before, I watched a short with Gary Vee. Gary Vaynerchuk has been coming into my awareness once again. There's like periods of my life where it's like I think about him, and then I find out about him, or I see what he's up to. And then there's periods of time where I just forget about him, So there's like pockets of my life where he keeps coming into my awareness. Maybe I meet him one day. I don't know. That would be really interesting and very, very, very interesting. I would love to talk to him. But either which way, yes, I'm a fan of Gary Vaynerchuk. I think he's done it. So either which way, I was watching this short of Gary Vaynerchuk, two shorts in particular. One, he's talking about the personal brand in 2008. He's saying, hey, look, build a fucking personal brand. Build a personal brand. Show what you're up to. Show what you're doing. Show what you're working on. Okay, fine. Done. I did that. I'm doing that. And then there's the other one where a guy is like, he said something like this: you're 36 years old. You're 36 years old. You're a child. And I'm thinking like he's saying like someone's immature or something like this. But then I see the rest of the short, and I'm seeing, oh, he's talking about like age-wise, like you're still young, basically. You're still young at 36. Which is, I would say so, yeah. 36 versus 72. I mean 30. Imagine doing this for 36 fucking years. You have to get somewhere. You would have to. And my brain at 20 something is thinking like in the next 3 months. Now my brain at 37 is thinking, yeah, 10 years, even at 10 years, 47 years old. If it even takes me 10 years at 47 years old, with systems and everything like this, even if it took me that long, okay, fine, no problem. But anyway, getting back to that same short, is that there was this guy that he was talking to, Gary Vaynerchuk. And Gary Vaynerchuk was basically saying, you know what I was doing at 36 years old? I was packing up wine in boxes. And then the guy goes, really? Yeah, really. And I think Gary's like 50 years old now or something like this. So that just makes me think like, wow, hold on a second here. I'm 37 right now. Gary is 50. He started, but the thing about Gary is that he moves his ass. That's the thing about Gary. And he's got a team with him. Yes, sure. And he started that business, VaynerMedia, and someone's like rental office or whatever, borrowing space. He had the connections to at least do that, right? But either which way, what does that show you? There has to be a willingness to do that work. There has to be a willingness to invest into that stuff. So that's key. And the reason why I bring all that up is because today I'm just feeling this impatience about this computer stuff, and just fucking like I want to just get in the motherfucker now, you know? I just want to get in this fucking thing now. I just want to get up in this thing. And I'm doing the work. You know, I'm getting there. I wouldn't say this is necessarily the work, but hey, I'm still on fucking camera, right? I'm still getting my ass up at 4, my punk ass up. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say I'm a punk ass. I'm sorry, Gabriel. I'm not a punk ass, but I'm getting my ass up at 4. I'm making sure that I move. I'm just feeling this impatience. Impatience because I feel like, fuck, I've got a certain amount of time. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna get deported or not. I don't know. Do I want to stay here in Austria after what happened with our daughter getting taken away because we said no to a non-life-saving surgery? No, not a chance. I don't feel safe here to raise my kids. The place where fucking Adolf Hitler was born and convinced the German population and whoever else the fuck to murder millions of people. Do I feel safe here? No. Do I feel safe here knowing that there was a Heinrich Himmler who fucking who was taking children from Poland to breed them with the Germans because they were more valuable? Not a chance. Not a fucking chance. Do I want to continue to stay here in Austria, in this country where fucking basically World War I and World War II originated? Between here and Germany? Not a fucking chance. Not a chance. Not a chance. Or at least that's what the history books will say. One thing I learned is that if someone is showing you this, there's something behind that. You know? They're purposely using this. They're purposely using this to make you avoid looking at that. You know? So I'm aware of that. I'm really aware of that. Lucky, do you want to get out of the darkness? Do you want to hang out here next to Mother Mary? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I think that's what you're saying. But then how would you see a little pocket out of here? But then he's by himself. You know? Do we really want that? Yeah. You want to be with Mother Mary. That's cool. You go and you be with Mother Mary. Alright, so I don't know why I had the dream. I wasn't thinking about I haven't thought about that girl in decades. Why am I thinking about that person? I don't know. And I certainly don't know why that friend appeared in the dream. But he appeared much different. I knew it was him through his energy, but he appeared to have like this messed up hair. It was like unkept. And he had like this cross eye. And one eye was like significantly bigger or something like this. Not significantly bigger, but it was noticeably bigger. I don't know. I don't know why I had that dream. But this impatience, this thought of impatience, I would very much like to move out of here. It is cold as fuck. It's very cold. It's very, very cold. It's very cold. Oh my God. It's very cold. You know, when I hear certain things about people and what they went through, I think to myself, okay, I'm not so far off. I'm reading the book, Marie Forleo, Everything's Figure Outable. And she's bringing up these stories about people that, you know, they wanted something. It took them maybe 16, 17, 18, 19 years to figure it out. But they did it. They did it. They figured it out and they got there. They achieved their goal. So for me, I realized, okay, if I wanted to achieve this specific goal, finishing this trading operating system and getting it to run, getting it to produce positive net cash flow, that could very well be a long game. You know, I don't know. I really don't know. Or growing a YouTube channel, I don't fucking know. I don't know. But what I do know is that at this stage, I've dedicated the last 15 months of my life to learning about systems. Systems are incredibly important. You need a repeatable formula. And for sure, I create systems with working procedures and checklists to hand that off to someone else in the future, because I'm not gonna fucking be doing it like this. Like, I don't know if you would be an operator for the rest of your life. I don't know if you have that kind of energy or stamina. I don't know. Maybe that's just me and I need to change my beliefs about this. But I would not want to be an operator forever, you know? And I read this book yesterday called The Checklist Manifesto. I don't know. Atul Gawande, I think is the author. Atul Gawande. The Checklist Manifesto. And in that book, he's basically saying, he's advocating for the importance of checklists. And he's a doctor. The author was a doctor, or is a doctor, I don't know. And basically the idea was that checklists increase efficiency exponentially and reduce the risk of like life-threatening situations happening just by having a very simple checklist. Just by having a fucking checklist. And while obviously the systems that I'm building are not necessarily a life or death situation, I do believe that it is still important regardless, because the checklist is just something that I could program into the bot, into the agent. So the bot is able to follow a series of checklists. A series of checklists that support a repeatable, duplicatable process. It's a script, basically, right? In coding, you got the scripts. At least that's what I think it's called, scripts. So I have to finish creating these functions. These fucking functions. There's like little blocks of code that are gonna run. I'm gonna build like this Frankenstein motherfucker. This Frankenstein system where I'm piecing together all these things and making it one cohesive system. And I just have to be really patient. In that short that I brought up earlier, Gary Vaynerchuk said, well, he didn't say in that short, but Gary Vaynerchuk is known to say, what? Move with macro patience and micro speed. Have macro patience Move with micro speed. Macro patience, micro speed. Not macro speed, micro patience. Macro patience, micro speed. So be really fucking patient, Gabriel, and move your ass just one thing at a time, because it will compound. And hey, look, not for nothing, if in August of last year, 2025, I stopped building the systems and everything because I had my daughter. She finally came from Italy to Austria, and we had her taken away in September. And I was dealing with PTSD and emotional regulation issues in the last few months. To look back and to see all that I had created in that period of time, it's pretty incredible, actually. It's really impressive. And I choose to keep it up. I choose to keep up that pace. I got a lot done just by working 3 deep work sessions a week, giving myself time to recover and rest, giving myself time to sleep, giving myself time to stretch. But now I kind of feel like it's a bit different having kids, and especially now, Emma, she just had an operation to basically keep her cervix closed so that she doesn't deliver Regis prematurely, like with Soraya. The cervix. Now that she's had that operation, she can't do much. She can't really do anything. No, it's just hanging out. And just hanging out for the next 5 months. Which means there's a lot more on my plate. There's a lot more for me to do. So, what do I do? What do I do? What I do is I gotta take it just one day at a time and change my routine in such a way that I'm not looking to be the whole 8 hours in front of the computer, right? That's not my goal. My goal is to think in terms of bricks. Ship a brick, and that's it. A brick is a very essential task. That's for me. A brick is a very essential task that I add to improve a system. And as I've been going through this whole process of learning about systems and creating my own things, my own systems, my own working systems for business systems, workflows, etc. as systems, I've noticed that, okay, there's certain layers to this. Like each aspect of my life has a system to it, right? So the way that I work, that's a system. My day-to-day function, that's a system. My entire life and where I'm going, that's a system. My purpose, that's a system. It's all a system. It's all a system. And there's the big system, which is my life. And then there's these smaller systems which help run my life. And the idea is to get everything in alignment with my life and my purpose. And I'm sharing that because maybe that's the thing for you too. I want you to figure out what you want from your life. What's your vision for your life? What is the vision that God gave you for your life? What is the vision that God gave you for your life? And how do you reverse engineer that to actually make progress, meaningful progress towards that? And that's where work comes in. That's where being That's where taking at least one action step per day, just one little small step per day. Actually, I think that's where you make that meaningful progress. And it's just these little things. It's just these little things that they add up over time. A friend of mine that helped me to invest and purchase this equipment, he would always, not always, but I heard him say a couple of times, just focus on getting 1% better. Just get 1% fucking better. Just 1% better. 1% better. Just get 1 fucking percent better. Just get 1% better. 1% better. 1% better. 1% better. 1% better. I say just ship 1 brick. Just ship 1 brick. Clear 1 cross point at a time. Clear 1 bottleneck at a time. Because that's ultimately what it's about. There's that vision that you have for your life. There's that direction that you want to go in. And then there's where you are now. So how do you get from here to where you want to be? To where your life, the trajectory of your life is supposed to be. Or where you think it's supposed to be. You got to ship those bricks. You got to build those bridges. You got to cross those cross points. That's the key thing. That's a very key thing. Yes, you should have notes. Yeah, you should have a notes app here. Yeah, exactly. And then the notes app, you could probably write on it or draw on it with the tablet, with the writing pad. The wave come. This impatience. Even though I feel impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. There you go. There's no resistance now. Why? Because yesterday I tapped on, even though I don't love myself, even though I don't deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally, I choose to have an open heart and accept myself for who I am now. I choose to open my heart and accept myself for who I am now. That's exactly what I did. And I acknowledged, hey, there was times where maybe I didn't do the right thing. So now I'm able to say, even though I'm feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I'm feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I'm feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I'm feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I'm feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I am feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I am feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I am feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I am feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I am feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I am feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I am feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Oh. Even though I am feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I am feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I am feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I am feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I am feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I am feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. I feel like a child. I just be honest. I feel like this kid that is just ready to do this fucking thing and ready to do this work. You know, and that's the irony. Is like some days I'm like, man, I don't want to do this shit. I'm fucking lazy as fuck. I'm feeling this laziness or whatever. Or maybe I think that, or I don't know. But then I think to myself, you know what? If my kids watch this in the future, what's gonna happen? They're not gonna do as I say, right? They're gonna do as I do. My kids are not gonna do as I say. They're gonna do as I do. And I don't want them to be. I don't want them to be me. I don't want them to be. And I'm not saying this in a harsh way for myself. I'm not saying like I'm such a fuck up or a loser or whatever. I think to myself, like, I don't want them to have these issues like I have, you know, where I'm thinking like something's wrong with me because I haven't achieved success, or, you know, I'm inconsistent or whatever. So then now they're inconsistent because that's what they see. I want them to see, hey, look, you can have anything you want. This is whatever you come to do in this lifetime, you can do it. Do it with great love in your heart. That's what I want. So I have to be that first. I have to be that now. I have to be that person now. I have to be doing this with great love in my heart. I have to be excited. And I choose to be. I like, if I'm 37 years old and I live to like 95, that's a long fucking time. Especially in this era. Like, if that's true, that fucking this millennial generation and older and beyond is gonna live to be like 100 plus years old, maybe even 150 years old. That's a long fucking time. That's a long time to live, man. Do I really want to live that long? Fuck. I'm not gonna kill myself at this stage. I'm gonna just fucking hang in there. I'm gonna wait for God to take me, you know? God has to be the one to throw in the towel for me. Otherwise, I gotta keep going. So if that's the case, like, hey, man, I'm gonna have to work. And I gotta fucking find something I gotta enjoy. You know? I gotta find fucking something I enjoy and fucking put it out there like a mother. Put it the fuck out there. You know? Shit. Fucking shit. That's something, man. That's really something. That's really something. Fuck. That's really something. That's pretty scary to think about now. Oh, tell a story. Tell a story visually with AI, right? Right. I'm gonna tell stories visually as well with AI. That's an idea because obviously it's more visual. You want to create things more visual to be more visually appealing. Let's tell these stories. Playing the long game. Telling these stories with playing the long game requires a lot of patience. You know, building a system is requires a lot of patience. But I'm also excited too. You know, I feel that kid energy. I feel that kid energy. I'm here. I'm here. That's it. I'm here to do the work. No complaining, no crying, no bitching, no moaning. I'm here to do the work. That's it. Does my back hurt and my ass hurt from sitting in this chair? Yeah. I'm just waiting now. I'm just waiting to get the fucking HDMI extension and let's go. Let's fucking go here. Let's fucking go here. That's where I am. Let's fucking go here. It's a lot, a lot of moving pieces. It's a lot of moving pieces. Patience. Patience. Focus. Patience. Focus. Patience. Focus. Patience. Focus. I'm feeling that excitement, but I'm also feeling like, damn, I gotta now track these packages. Gotta track these packages. It's a lot to keep on track of. I ordered a lot of shit. Sorry. I ordered a lot of things to make this setup work. So that's not the bottleneck. That is not the fucking bottleneck. That's it. What other bottleneck is there now? You know, what gap is there? No matter how hard I work, this computer is getting slower and slower and slower, so I can't do certain things at this stage. So I have to invest now in a upgraded computer, and that's why I got the fucking M2 Ultra. That's why I got this, because I gotta move faster here. I gotta move faster. I choose to move faster. I choose to move my ass faster. Let's fucking go here. Even though I'm feeling impatient, I choose to know, hey, it's all coming together right now. Even though I'm feeling impatient, I choose to remember that it's all coming together right now. Even though I am feeling impatient, I know it's all coming together right now. Even though I'm feeling impatient, I have faith that the packages are on their way, and by Sunday I will set up all this equipment. Even though I am feeling impatient, I trust that all of this equipment will be set up by the Sunday. Even though I am feeling impatient, I trust that all of this equipment will be set up by this Sunday. Even though I am feeling impatient, I trust that all of this equipment will be set up by Sunday. Even though I am feeling impatient, I trust that all of this equipment will be set up by Sunday. Even though I am feeling impatient, I trust that all of this equipment will be set up by Sunday. Even though I'm feeling impatient, I trust that the studio will be set up by Sunday. I feel like I'm racing against the clock, basically. I feel like I'm racing against the clock because in a couple months, Regis will be born, and maybe even sooner. Like, you know, especially now that we find out that Emma can't do much, and if she gets any stimulation in, you know, in her cervical region or whatever it's called, she could go into labor. She could start having contractions and then go into fucking labor. That's what the fuck. So, yeah. And then on top of that, there is the fucking immigration. I'm out of status here in this country. And knowing how fucking they treat families and people are treated here, they fucking have a dick up their ass. They're so uptight here. I don't know if I'm gonna fucking get a residence permit, you know? or be granted asylum, basically. I don't fucking know. I don't know. It's just a lot of uncertainty right now. It's like fucking five fucking six things all at once. Like, holy shit, man. I'm trying to fucking focus here. There's all this bullshit going on around me. You know, and it's never just one thing. It's just like, holy what the fuck. Holy what the fuck. You know? I can't control I can't control that shit. You know? I can't. We've been together since 2018. And it's just in late 2024 we had our first kid. All the sex before then, nothing happened. And now, you know, here we are. I'm not complaining about that. I'm very grateful that we have kids. I'm looking forward to that. I just hope I can, you know, maintain it all, manage it all. And that's why I need to make sure I do this. You know, I gotta make sure I do this. And with my impatience yesterday, I fucking went for a walk. And I was like, okay, let me go to the post box and see if the keyboard and the mouse came. And then I slid down the hill because there's snow and it's icy and whatever. And I had to put my hands on the ground to, you know, slide myself down safely. And then what happens? I hurt my elbow. I feel like this strain in my elbow. So it's not so comfortable. And was that worth it? No. It wasn't worth it. So what's better? Just be fucking patient. Just be patient. Like Gary Vee says, macro fucking patient. 36 years old packing wine boxes. He was 36 years old packing wine boxes. 36 packing wine boxes. I was 36 building a trading operating system. You know, like, think about that for a second. Working on a trading operating system at 36 years old. Gary Vaynerchuk was packing wine boxes at 36 years old. And he made it. I'm not saying that this is a negative comparison. Not a chance. Not a chance. But it just goes to show me that we are at different stages of our life. We have different paths. And man, I pray to God that I fucking make it. I never ever want to say to my kids, we can't afford it. I can't afford it. It's fucking fuck. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Even though I believe I can't afford it, I choose to be resourceful and find another way now. Even though I believe I can't afford it, I choose to be resourceful and find another way now. Even though I heard constantly, we can't afford it, I choose to be resourceful and find another way how to get what I want now. Even though I heard constantly, we can't afford it, I choose to be resourceful and find another way now. Even though yeah. Oh fuck, I don't know if I have the mouse here. Shit. I just thought about this old mouse. It was a blue mouse. Could I have it here? Maybe, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah. Oh. I did. I did. I brought it. I somehow brought it. Huh. Could that potentially work? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, maybe that does work. Yeah, but then you gotta fucking plug the thing. You gotta plug the thing in. But now the question is, if I do set this up, what would be the outcome here? You see how that works? Do you really see how that works? I was literally just saying, even though I can't afford it, I choose to be resourceful now. And look at this. My subconscious mind brought up, thank you subconscious mind, my subconscious mind brought up this. I have this long ass wire. Can this work? And can I pair this up with the fucking Bluetooth keyboard? Let's see. Can this work? Oh my God. Shit. It does work. What the fuck?
OS contains a built-in screen reader called VoiceOver. If you know how to use VoiceOver, press Command F5 now to turn it on and set up your Mac. If you would like to learn how to use VoiceOver to set up your Mac, press the Escape key.
Do you see this shit? Holy motherfuck. We're actually doing it. Oh my God. Holy shit. You see? I didn't think about this. All I needed was this little thing. That's it, this wired mouse and keyboard. Boy. This is incredible. Just this was able to help me connect everything else. Just this little thing was able to help me connect everything else. And now, what did I say? I said I can't afford it. I was tapping. I was just literally saying I can't afford it. I can't. Even though, because I'll be damned if my kids hear me ever say I can't afford it. I choose to be resourceful. And what did I do? I had ordered a magic mouse and keyboard from Will Hobbit at half, basically fucking over 50-60% off, because I'm not paying retail. And then I thought to myself, like, I'm feeling that impatience because I'm waiting for the thing to come in, and then all of a sudden, got this guy. We got this guy now. All right, let's see. Fill out the following information to create your computer account. Well, this is definitely going to be a business-based account. cannot believe that worked. Thank you, subconscious mind. You see, and this is why we do this. This is why we do this work. Because look at that. I now have the fucking thing going. The thing is now going. It was making some weird sounds earlier, but now that seems to have stopped. Holy shit. Can this work now? All right, because I got to install the thing. Okay, interesting. Holy shit, we set it up. We set it up. Unbelievable. Oh, but can I not do the thing here? Oh, that's nice. That's real nice. Yeah. 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 That's real nice. Yeah. Oh, you can actually type up in that. Just because I had this little thing. Yeah. It's about the resourcefulness, motherfucker. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Holy shit. Absolutely wonderful. Now we set it up. And that's the work. That is so profound. That is so profound. I just have to really take a moment to let that sink in right there. Because that's really interesting. That's really interesting. It came to me just now to check this fucking thing. Well, all right. Very cool. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I will be right back. Very interesting stuff. Fuck. And then I don't have the audio on. Okay, so to recap what I was just saying, that this is interesting because as I was doing all this tapping just now, I was tapping on what? I was tapping on getting impatient. The magic mouse and the magic keyboard are still not coming in. I don't know where they are or whatever. And then what happened? Then what happened was I thought about my kids and I thought about impatience and that, maybe I'm feeling impatient because I know I have only a certain amount of time before, Regis is here and before Regis is born, and I don't ever want my kids to suffer because of me. I don't want them to live a life where they don't have and I say I can't afford it, because I remember hearing that from my biological mother. Since my biological father wasn't around, all that financial pressure was on her. So I would never want that for my kids. And then I started tapping on saying, even though I can't afford it, or even though I have the imprint, I can't afford it, I choose to be resourceful now. And then I thought about this mouse. And I had remembered, oh, did I pack this thing? Because I thought I left it in the old apartment, but I didn't. I had it packed. It was in the bag and it was on this floor. There's other bags downstairs, and we packed it. So what happened? I thought, okay, let me turn it on. Let's do this thing. Let's see if this thing works. And sure enough, it did work. It worked. And all I needed was that thing. All I needed was that, and now I'm able to connect my mouse and my keyboard. And obviously, because it's a Mac Studio, you don't have the keyboard and the screen and everything in there. So you have to connect the other things to it, the peripherals. But we did it. We did it, and it's there. We did it, and it's there. That's a message. So the takeaway from all that is, we did it, and it's there. It was about being resourceful. That for me is a big deal. That for me is a real big deal. And I look at that very positively. Because it's not about, I don't think it's about having, all the top stuff. I think it's just about, hey, what works? What works? What is going to work? There's a part of me also that I want to move into a warmer place. I really do. It's just right now there's a lot of uncertainty about the immigration stuff, and Emma's got this debt, which I'm considering my debt, especially if we get married, Got to clear out that debt first before we can say let's move. Because then we got to go through the whole process of doing the melded sets all over again, and doing all that fucking paperwork and fucking, god damn, what a process. It's a real process. But hey, that's really interesting. Now I can use this thing. And that's pretty big for me, I think. I think that's really big for me. This impatient feeling. Now it's done. Now I'm able to access the Mac Studio. And now I know what that's like. Great. Let's actually charge this thing here. Well, I don't know if that's charging or not, but either way, That's really interesting. Now I'm going to use this, which means I won't need that iPad. And if we're gonna watch movies or whatever on the big screen, then I'd rather watch it on the big screen and not strain my eyes. You know. That's really interesting. Great. Now I don't necessarily feel the need to go into town right now. I really said I can't afford, even though I can't afford it, I choose to be resourceful now. That reminds me just to be resourceful. So how can I be more resourceful here? Right, how can I be more resourceful? By anchoring in that identity. See, because when you say you can't afford something, is it really that you can't afford it? Like, really think about that. And especially in today's era, especially in today's world. Do you really, really, really need the top of the top? Or is MVP doable enough? And I've always been that kind of like minimalist MVP kind of guy where I just choose the minimum viable path or product or whatever. And I choose to keep it as simple as possible. I choose to be as minimalist as possible in my approach. But now, I'm quickly approaching this era where I have to level up the equipment. It won't be able to keep up. With all the workloads now and all the AI stuff, it won't be able to keep up. So, here we are with that. Very interesting. Well, that's great, because then now tomorrow, that means all the peripherals should get connected to here. All the softwares and everything should be up in here. Yeah, I gotta start up some accounts. Yes, that's annoying. But that's okay. That's what it is for right now. That's what it is for right now. Very interesting. Very interesting how it all works. Very interesting. And that tablet, the drawing pad, is about the size of the iPad. It's a little bit bigger than the size of the iPad. Very interesting. Just be more patient. Yes, that's easier said than done sometimes. Especially when I know that, oh shit, that kid can come at any minute. And I know for sure that Regis has to be a certain weight at least a certain age and a certain weight for him to make it. And I really enjoy having kids. I really enjoy having kids. I just shook my head no, but I mean yes. There's something about it that's so great. There's something about having kids that is just so great. And I'm really grateful. I'm very grateful to have kids. If I could afford it, and if also I had all the time, I'd have more kids and I'd raise more kids. Yeah, sure. I just have that thought in my head, like, I gotta be a responsible parent and all this stuff, you know? But I'm really grateful. And I would never want to say to them, and look them in the eyes and say, hey, I can't afford it. No, fuck you, no, child please, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. It ends with me. God, please, I ask you for your help, God. Make it end with me. Please bless me to be the last generation from my lineage that says that bullshit. Can't afford it. I don't fuck no. Please. I'd rather say, hey, you want it? Okay. You ready to work for it? And I'm going to make sure that they, even if my idea here is going to be, if they want something, up until a certain age, I get it for them, and we're going to find the best way to do it as cheaply as possible. Otherwise, I'm going to say, hey, okay, we're going to get this for you. But right now, what we got to do to get it is we have to save cash. Okay, so we're saving cash right now. From right now, we're going to save this cash, and when we have all the cash, we're going to pay for it. Okay? If you want to do it faster on your own, what you need to do is you need to work. Okay? That's it. You need to work. You need to start a business or something, or some project or whatever, and figure out a way to make money. That's it. And even if it's me buying a digital thing for a digital product of theirs online, I'm going to show them how to set this up. That's what I can do. And I can give them that confidence initially, or start a fundraiser or something like this. I can help them get set up in that way. And then they can know the value of putting in the work, not relying on others, doing their work. And that, I hope, would seep into their subconscious so that they know, hey, this is what's required to work. This is what's required to do my job, my part. And that's what I want for them. I want them to be completely free. I want them to be a completely new generation, That's what I want. All right, well, it looks like we got a lot of work to do today because we got to set up the peripherals and all this stuff for the computer. So that's going to be my job today. That's going to be what I'm doing today. I'm not going for the fanciest cameras, I'm not going for, and this works just fine. it's a 4K cam. Once I get the actual this setup, the Mac Studio, I'm gonna shoot on 4K from now on. So that should be able to work no problem. You know, if I look at the speed test, we should be getting at least download speeds over 200, 250, around there. That's good. And then upload speeds. If we get above 30, we're good to go. Wonderfully done. Okay, great. All right, so this is going to be a big jump now. It's going to be a very big jump now. Just got to be patient. Stay in the pocket. Stay really patient here. Just do my job. Just do my job. Just do my job. Even though I was feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I was feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I was feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I was feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I was feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I was feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I was feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I was feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I was feeling impatient, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. I was feeling impatient. I was feeling impatient because I felt like there's not enough time here. I only have a few months before Regis is born. I want us to move. I want us to be debt free. And I want to definitely move into a warm house. Because this is, it's fucking cold up in here. And I'll be damned if I spend another winter here in this cold. Fuck no. So I want to move. And there's a lot of uncertainty. Will I get the residence permit? Will I get the residence permit? I don't know. I don't see why I wouldn't. I hear that fucking lawyer in my head saying, you're not a slam dunk. What the fuck are you talking about, man? What in the fuck are you talking about? You're not a slam dunk. Boy. I just need to be here long enough to get Soraya back in our custody. And then we gotta figure out how to move from here. So there's a couple of challenges, there's a couple of things, and yeah, it's just there's some work to do. There's some work to do. There is some work to do. Okay. Just gotta take it one day at a time. One step at a time. One step at a time, one day at a time. And that's all I'm gonna do. I want to be there. I wish I could be there, right? But it's just having enough patience to say, okay, it doesn't matter the hours I work. What matters is the bricks I ship, the cross points that I clear, the bridges that I built. That's what I'm doing. We're building bridges to cross those cross points. That's it. I'm not trying to find a cross point. I'm not trying to find a bridge. I'm not trying to find a brick. I'm not trying to find work to do. I'm not trying to do that. That's not the goal. The goal is what's stopping me from being there? What's the gap? How do I cross that gap? And it takes patience and discernment and wisdom to see what the issue is. And just because I can see in this world, you know, those life things, they're invisible, right? They're in the spirit world. Got to go into the spirit world. Got to do the job. Got to do the spirit world and do the job. What's my job? My job is to make sure that I do my best every single day and just do that consistently. Can I consistently put out? That's it. Just consistently put out. That's my job. Consistently putting out is my job. Consistently doing the work is my job. That's my job. Doing the work consistently. Showing up consistently. Putting in the time consistently. That's my job. What's my job right now? That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to do my job. I have to set up the computer today. Now that my mouse and keyboard are connected, that's my job today. Set it all up, get the fucking thing going, and make sure that I can do the stream from here. That's the job. That's the work. That's what I'm here to do. Got to start up a new account, brand account. Get it done. Get it the fuck done. That's all it's about right now. Getting it done. And I choose to get it done. I choose to get it done. I'm gonna get it done. It's gonna get done. It's getting done right now. It's all getting done right now. It's all getting done right now. With great love. It's all getting done right now with great love in my heart. Being resourceful. There's always another way. And this reminds me, it's always another way. It's always another way. It's got to be resourceful. There's always another way. And it's there in front of you. It was right here the whole time. It was right here the whole time. It's right here the whole time. It's right in front of you. You just gotta think. You just gotta think it. And it's done. And that's it. That's fucking it. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to do the work. I'm excited. But I stay patient. I move with focus. Macro patience, micro speed. Macro patience, micro speed. Even though I was never taught to be massively patient, I'm choosing to anchor that into my nervous system now. I'm choosing to upgrade my operating system, my thoughts, my words, my mind, my subconscious, and have an incredible amount of patience. Having so much overwhelming patience. Patience. Being so patient. Being so incredibly patient. I choose to be so incredibly patient now. Patience. Macro 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 patience. Violet flame, violet flame, violet flame. Dissolve, consume, annihilate, obliterate, and transmute impatience from my nervous system and subconscious mind and from the entire collective consciousness. Produce your perfect patience in, through, and around us. May we all be super patient. May we really bring in a new earth with great love, wisdom, power, and effortless simplicity. And being really patient. And in the name of God and my mighty I am presence that I am, my great divine spirit team, subconscious mind, and the great white brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness who love and support me unconditionally with your unconditional love and support. In your name I command, declare, and decree that I am patience. I am the type of person that is incredibly patient. I take action from a very patient and peaceful state. I play the long game with a lot of patience. I am very patient. I choose to be very, very patient. I choose to be the type of person that is incredibly patient now. So incredibly patient. So incredibly patient. I allow myself and I give myself that permission to be so incredibly patient now. So patient. Incredibly patient. I give myself permission to be incredibly patient now. I give myself permission to be so incredibly patient. Patience is key. Patience is key. And I give myself permission to be very patient. I give myself permission to be so incredibly patient now. Patience is key. Patience is key. Patience is the key. Patience. I move and I take action. I don't sit idly. I take action and I am patient. I am the type of person now that is taking action and is being incredibly patient. I am the type of person that is taking action now and being incredibly patient. I am the type of person that is taking action now while being incredibly patient. I know exactly what I need to do. I'm just being very patient about it. Playing the long game here. There were setbacks. There were delays. There were unexpected things that happened. And I just choose to deal with it from a very patient state. Being so incredibly patient. Being very, very patient. Giving myself time to be patient. Giving myself time. Giving the universe time to work its magic. That's what I do. That's what I'm going to do now. That's what I allow myself to do. I'm going to give the universe time to work its magic. I'm going to give myself time to do my part and to do my job. And I'm saying, hey, look, God, I'm 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 here. Please. I'm divine grace, please. I'm showing that I'm patient. I'm showing that I'm here. I'm showing that I'm going to play the long game here. I'm committing. I'm committing. I'm committing. I'm committing to this. I am committing to this, please. Do I feel fear sometimes? Sure. Sure. No problem. But I'm committing. I am committing myself. Committing myself to playing the long game. I'm here to play the long game. Long game. Long game. Long game. I am here to play the long game. That's what I'm here to do. Playing the long game from a very peaceful and beautiful state. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Okay. All right. Now, gotta walk the dog. Be right back. Okay. It is literally that cold. So I'm not gonna. It's literally that cold up in here. So to stay warm, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna make sure I have a warming bottle. I have 2 sweaters on, a thermal, and a jacket, and my hands are cold. So I'm gonna ask this question to ChatGPT, and then I'm gonna put the gloves on, and then I'm gonna just sit here and breathe because it's cold. Okay. My hands are freezing now, so I just have to wait. Today I have to make sure that this Mac Studio setup and the software is set up correctly.
editing software. I feel like
Oh, I was just thinking about her.
so many options.
Yeah, she did it. Good job.
Let's talk about editing software. I feel like when you're getting started creating content or doing any kind of like video, anything, there are so many options and we don't know where to start. So in this episode of Tech Specs with Jess, let's just chat about it. We have to start with the easiest one, the one that I would recommend to almost everybody, especially if you're creating vertical content, especially if you're using your phone, especially if you're a beginner, and that is CapCut. Is it volatile? Yes. Could it be banned tomorrow? Absolutely. But it is so freaking powerful from your phone. And there's actually a desktop version too, so if you want to learn to use that, you totally can. But it is a great, great, great tool that pretty much lets you do anything that the higher end softwares let you do too, and almost easier most of the time. And if you want something even simpler than CapCut with a few less features, but that's easier to use and will make your workflow like really nicely, I would highly recommend Descript. So Descript lets you edit with like a text editor. So if you're just looking to chop out some things here and there and you just want to remove your ums and your ahs and your blank spaces, Descript is a really easy way to do that. You can also add captions and do a lot of editing in Descript too that you can do in CapCut, but CapCut's going to take it just a little bit further than Descript can with like features and effects and things like that. But Descript is a really easy place to start too. And then if you're looking to take your knowledge to the top level and you're looking to edit in the best way possible with the best software possible, DaVinci Resolve is it. Now there's going to be people who come in here and they're like, I love Premiere Pro, I love Final Cut Pro. Yeah, I understand. I've used both of them. I switched from Premiere Pro to Final Cut Pro in 2020 or 2021 when the new MacBooks came out with the M1 chips because it just didn't work. I used Final Cut Pro from that moment until a few months ago when I switched to DaVinci myself. DaVinci is a really powerful high-end tool. It is what most like movie producers, movie editors, things like that are going to use. And there's a free version that's basically the same as Final Cut Pro or Premiere Pro that you have to pay for without having to spend that money. I honestly wish all of these options were a thing when I first started.
In video versus Flickview, which is the best text-to-video tool?
script does the hard part. You just show up and teach like the genius you are. Go get 'em, smarty pants. Want to make a tree? So you can see that my it was a subtle little zoom in animation. I have certain jump cuts. And right here is where I added that shape and have the captions on top. As this video goes on, you're going to see that I added B-roll and had, kind of customized the captions right here where you can see that it looks a little different on top of the B-roll. This is almost a 60-second video, and it just added so much more visual interest to really keep people hooked in watching the video over the longevity of a longer short form video content. You can see that my... Here's how to come. Yes, there are more molecules of water in this bottle than there are bottles of water in all the world's oceans. You scoop a cup of water out of there. I don't even care if you filter it. The H2O is still there. That is water that has passed through the kidneys of Abraham Lincoln, Genghis Khan, Joan of Arc, Socrates, Plato. No. Can I blow your mind again? This is really good stuff. If you struggle to stay consistent with your content, let me show you how I make 30 videos in under 30 minutes without ever recording or editing anything. Start by going to ai.invideo.io and here use this prompt box to tell the AI what kind of video you want, something like this. Then just hit generate and let the AI do its magic. If you want to edit it further, just give AI additional prompts and boom, just like that, your video is ready to publish in under 5 minutes. Now just repeat this 30 more times and you're done with 30 videos in less than an hour. Changes the game, doesn't it? So if you struggle to...
All right. So here's where I am right now. I have been researching the difference between InVideo and InVideo and what's it called? Descript. Descript. Why is there such a difference in price though? Okay, so to elaborate on that, yes, sometimes I actually do want to have faceless content, and I was thinking that I can use AI to tell a story visually without any words, because what I gather from shorts, from studying some shorts, is that obviously if it's social media, people have eyes and they're going to see and they're going to look at things. So it could be great to have sometimes videos where I create just complete visual and nothing else, and sound effects in the background. Can INVIDEO accomplish that? Question mark. So basically, like, if there is a kid walking down the street, can we hear the footsteps? Can we hear the horns honking in the background, people talking in the background, etc.? Question mark. And also, can I still create my A roll with me speaking as a talking head and then convert that into AI? Question mark. My original thinking in terms of workflow was to use Chat GPT to create scripts and then use the Elgato prompter to speak out the script, and then use upload to like a software that basically can generate the subtitles for me, AI subtitles. Period. New line, new line, new line. If I go with DESCRIPT, or if I go with INVIDEO, comma, do they generate scripts if I give them my idea? Question mark. Like, what would be the workflow basically for creating talking head video of me and then putting AI B-roll as an overlay? Question mark. And also, what would be the workflow if I wanted to have like an AI visual only? Question mark. I guess maybe different tools for different jobs, right? Question mark. Also, comma, which one can help me take my talking head and then convert me into AI? So it looks like I can change myself into like a cartoon character or something like this. ... I'm assuming also if I need a prompt, comma, does it create the prompt for me, or do I need Chat GPT to create the prompt?
Public speaking used to terrify me. Hands sweaty, heart racing, full-on panic. If you only knew one thing about me, I'd want...
There's one thing that gets me out of bed.
I practiced this introduction in the mirror.
Have you ever had a moment where everything just...
A few years ago, I found myself...
I've swum with sharks. Public speaking used... If you only knew one thing about me, I'd want it to be this. I believe curiosity is our greatest superpower. That one mindset has led me to incredible places.
Oh, and it does captions too. Okay. Interesting. So I think they changed it then, because before, I think it was just like a text editor or something, but now it seems like they really made some improvements here. Oh, and NVIDIA also does translations. AI subtitles. That's cool.
Ever feel like your marketing's mired in chaos? Spreadsheets, drafts, edits flying everywhere? What if you could make it all go away with a click? That's the magic of StreamSpeed. StreamSpeed's proprietary technology will organize, automate, and power up your process so you can get back to what you're good at, marketing. Ever feel like your marketing's mired in chaos?
I guess I'm just gonna have to really just like test it out. Alrighty then. Let's do some push-ups and get the blood flowing. Oh, I can't do push-ups while I'm... Okay. Alright, let's get resourceful here. What can I do? I can do some squats. Let's do that. let's get the show on the road here. Today, not necessarily deep work, but more administrative based, is I've got to set up this Mac Studio. Okay. Now I got to think about how I'm going to do this logistically. So I've got to move this over to the side. This has got to be over here. And okay, let's see. Okay, is it possible, right? Let's ask that question. Is it possible to move all the scenes and sources and settings from on OBS from MacBook Pro to the business based and to Mac Studio and to Ultra? Okay, so OBS built-in export import. This is the cleanest, least risky method. Okay, cool. Uh-huh. Okay. Wonderfully done. Okay, so OBS scene collection. I export that. Three, profile. Can I do this? Oh, probably because I'm live already. Oh shit, right, those are some plugins here, fuck. Ah, damn it. Alright, let's get to work. So how do I do this without fucking up the live stream here? I'm going to turn on the laptop, open up the screen. I'm going to take the HDMI cable out. Okay. And put that guy in here. Now I see the screen of the Mac Studio. I hope. Yes, great. Yes, okay, cool. And now we are in here. Okay, the first thing I would say is let's get a workflow going here with ChatGPT somehow. Shit. Then after today, I'll be officially on the Mac Studio. Okay, let's move this out the way too. Okay, that software is now updating. Okay, let's see here. I need a checklist / workflow to make sure that I have the software / apps reinstalled on the new business computer. And I need a checklist for like the email addresses that I need to create and etc. And whatever else that I may need to ensure that I do this as smoothly as possible. So I want you to please give me a workflow that I can do to keep me on track, like a checklist to keep me on track with what I have to do right now so that I just get this done. as simply as possible. And the main thing for right now is to make sure that I have the streaming software up and ready, which is going to require the Google Chrome, YouTube Studio, and I need to make sure that I have the Brave browser, Elgato Stream Deck, RODE, SHURE software. So make sure you just list down those things that I would need. And OBS, obviously. ... And then from there, I can migrate those things, the rest of the software and apps, later on as I go. But basically right now we need to make a hard fork between what's business and what's personal. And I cannot mix business and personal anymore. So we've got to make sure that we have a very hard separation between the two. Period. And it's going to start with the computer stuff. Right. And that's also been my problem as well in the past is like, I think, even psychologically, attaching my self-worth to an outcome, that is not who I am. That is not what makes me that. I'm not that, right? My happiness should not be dependent on something outside of me. My happiness should be internally. I should just be happy just because. That's the state I want to really anchor in for myself. And also I want to show my kids like, hey, happiness is not outside of you. It's in you. You are it. You've always been it. There's nothing else that you need to do to be happy. It's you. That's your state. But we forget that. We forget that as we get older. And we have these ideas and these conditionings placed upon us. So, yeah. Perfect. This is exactly the right moment to lock in a clean, irreversible separation. Below is a simple execution first checklist workflow you can follow top to bottom and be streaming ready today without contaminating personal and business. I've structured this so you can print it, paste it into Notion, and just tick it off manually. Mindset lock. Personal Apple ID never signs into this machine, right? No personal email accounts added. This Mac is a business asset, not a lifestyle device. If unsure, do not install it. Once this is locked, proceed. Okay, let's actually do that. Damn. Okay, so a new software is installing. New operating system is installing for the Mac. So now I'm just copying this checklist that ChatGPT gave me. Well, it's always nice to get paid to do something that's fun. Gotta have fun. What's fun for me? I think telling stories would be fun. Okay, I'm all for the separation, comma. I'm just now in a conflict because I have my life OS directly in Notion. And I'm not sure if that now, well, actually, you know what? I think I just answered my own question. So if we're saying anything that's for the brand is what gets uploaded, right or wrong? So you know what? Make this actually really. Okay, I'm all up for the separation. I am all in on the separation between personal and business, comma. I think the hard part, though, is distinguishing what is the difference between personal and business. ... Like, for example, in Notion, I've got my life operating system, but I've also got deep work operating system, and I've also got business operating system, and I've also got purpose operating system. Operating system and personal brand operating system, etc. So all the systems are in one account, and they're all supposed to converge into the Life OS. Dot, dot, dot. Oh, well, that's a nice one. Okay, first step, we downloaded Brave. Awesome. Okay, now that I've done this, let me finish reading this message. Identity, owner, who owns the system, who it ultimately serves, where truth lives. This is personal. Hmm. So to confirm in way less words, can I sign in? Okay. Right. So for this computer, for this Mac Studio, I do not want to have anything personal, legal, personal finance, etc. I would use only the MacBook for that. For anything business, I would have business bank account, business thing, business da 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 da. So that's what I'm focused on. Okay. So that's clear enough. Now, what did I say earlier that I was going to do? All right, the brand. Yeah, let's see if I can create one from here using my password manager. I gotta get a fucking password. Right, right. Yes, that's right. I can just open it all at once. Hello. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Oh, great. And now as I do this, I can just delete, delete, delete. Right. Wonderful. Oh, perfect. Delete. Right, because this can handle everything. Ha 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 ha. Wonderful. Yes. Very good. Right. You know what's hard about this is that like so much of my life has been on the business stuff. So much of my life has been focused on business that at this stage now, like you have a hard time thinking about what's the difference between personal and business because it bleeds so much. But obviously, there is a huge difference. Actually, no, that's about it for me now. Okay, let's start up a new email here. Right, that's good. Oh, damn. That's not even, none of that is even set up. Oh, shit. Whew. That's a process. Oh shit. Okay. Let's think about this. I'm gonna have maximum security on my personal brand. It's gonna be completely separate from personal emails and also from any emails that I list publicly for people to reach out to me. So it's gonna be completely separate. So this will be a long-term asset. Treat it like a long-term asset. Go Stream Deck. My Insta. Yeah, this is a bit of work. All right, so I just asked ChatGPT to confirm what it's saying here. And it's basically saying that there's multiple email addresses. Now that I have this personal brand, I'm going to treat this as a long-term asset. This personal brand is going to be used for storing the accounts of the personal brand. That's for maximum security. Then we've got my personal email, and that's going to be for personal-based things, family, friends, whatever. Then there's going to be the front-facing side for clients or people I do sponsorship deals with, whatever. Then there's going to be a brand new email per business. This is fucking, what the fuck? Okay. Mm. Okay, so I just asked a whole bunch of questions to ChatGPT about security and how to actually make this clean distinction. And basically, I have the personal brand, which is a personal thing, but it's also like a long-term asset. And so that's just going to stay in its own island. If Hannah wants to do her own personal brand, she starts her own thing. That stays in her own island. If we have companies in the future, multiple companies, right? So right now we have lifepurpose.com. If we have multiple in the future, they can go under a personal, under a holdings company. However, whenever we are going to sell it, everything has to get migrated into its own separate account, right? So you're going to have a business facing account and all of those things will get stored under there. But when you migrate it, it gets transferred over. Okay, so I've got my personal thing. She's got her personal thing. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Hmm. I think the battery on the microphone is about to die. Holy crap, this is a lot of work. Okay. I'm gonna have to say now, see you later to this camera, because I'm now gonna put this one into the other guy. Yeah. Oh my god. This was a lot of work. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Jesus. Boy. How do I turn this thing off? Okay, let's first get the camera up here. Oh, let's airdrop this actually to ourselves first. Right. Holy shit. Oh, damn it. How do I turn off the stage manager? Oh, God. I'll turn off. Oh man. Okay, so this is. Oh, right. So this is what I learned now at this stage of this journey. You definitely want to have these two separations. Always have these two separations. Mm. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's how you do it. All right. Test. Testing. 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 Test. 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 Shit. Testing. 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 Test. 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 Testing. Okay, I can see it's here on the Mac. Now what about here though? Oh, because the receiver is not in there. Right, okay. Testing. Okay, so here's what I did today. I set up as much of the software as I could that I had on this MacBook. Now it's on here. I tried to set up a personal brand email, but that got scheduled for deletion by Mac. I don't, maybe by Google. I don't know why, but whatever. Okay, that's acting up. Control center, scroll to Bluetooth. Set show in menu bar. I don't know how to show this in the, how do I show this in the menu bar? Okay, well that's gonna be it for today. This will be the last time, God willing, that I use this computer. And now from now on it's gonna be this computer, this other computer, the Mac Studio, and that'll be the business creativity thing. And my God, this makes a huge difference. I look so fucking pale. I look so pale. Versus over here, it's a completely different energy. Okay, well, that's it. Yeah. That's definitely it. Thank you so much, MacBook M1. You did your absolute best. You did your absolute best. And now it's time to let you go.